Hello friend and welcome back once again to Strategic Command WWII, World at War. This episode is brought to you by Pumnaral, and it's probably also the last episode. I did keep saying like this is the last episode, but yeah, I think as for this being episode 40, and me making 10 videos a month, I think it's probably the best here to, you know, try and really wrap things up now. The first thing, they cannot move further. Yeah, let's move here to Istanbul before partisans. Oh man, they're gonna spawn everywhere. Well, let's really. Okay, so in order, I need to pull back here basically. So the best thing to do probably would be hope they get wrecked. No. Then I mean, come on. I need these guys to die. Yeah, you can still move back. That's okay, but I would lose the Ploesti oil fields. I might. No, I don't see myself holding on to that necessarily. Really? You're not attached? Alright, well. I need to kind of get these guys back potentially. I mean, we already know that that stuff's gonna fall. So I got these covered. This covers these. They can still get one at Kalamata. So at the very least, I need to move you in here. That covers the partisans down there. For now, I can see myself evacuating that. So I need Tirana and Thessaloniki covered as well now. Can I do it by operating? No. And Thessaloniki. That's pretty much the only way I can hold on to Greece right now is indeed by having that stuff. You're good. Okay, so yeah, we got all of those guys. Yeah, so, you know, I can reinforce this, but it probably doesn't help me that much. I think. So let's try to get past the Danube. And I cannot repair these units now. Yeah, let's go in here. I have nothing better to do than to try and hold here, so might just as well. I'm destroying the cavalry. Gotta do something, I suppose. Yeah, so that's definitely falling. Then I kind of just need to reinforce there. These guys are not getting more entrenchments, apparently. I guess holding with the garrison. I don't have really any other units. I was able to hold that, and I will have a new unit. I cannot deploy it there. Kind of weird, but let's try to hold with the garrison. We got all of these sorted out. And they're fine. Yeah, so they broke through. Is this a city even? No, but Genoa and Milan, I don't see myself holding them, but well, I still have the MPP to repair my units here, so why not? Actually, no. So once they fortify the region, they can no longer fortify, I guess. This is not particularly useful, but whatever. It is now not likely that the allies will be fast enough to move through down there. Rather, they would be coming from up. That's the imminent danger. Alright. There is not a whole lot else to do here. Yeah, I can't even hold that line, so. Up here, things are stable for whatever that's worth. Not much to say. Alright. Let's move back. They already retook Batavia. Not much to do about that. Then we did hold the line here. It's pretty good. Just having my free lunch there. Still cannot attach, so it must really be linked to that army. Obviously cutting it off here. The one problem, well, I can actually repair these. They will be at 0 supply. So I do hope that they will be able to do something about this problem. Now, another problem that we have is that all of these here are under threat, and there's nothing I can do. I mean, I can upgrade these garrisons, but that's pretty much just about it. Not that it will help all that much. Do have new units for Japan. Japan is also getting significantly less points right now. Already. The one thing I can do is try to attack their fleet. Yeah, it might be good to try and go for a confrontation here, so. Let's bundle them up and see what we can muster up as a final assault. We have one carrier that remains behind, but let's just see how these things go. They might as well land there. I am so overstretched that I have like 0 forces to deal with this, so. You need to be in reinforced, and then I'm already done. They will probably still destroy these guys, but at least. After all this time, I'm getting wrecked in China. Yeah, so as for new units, I guess only Germany can provide something for itself. An army that got destroyed. Bulgaria surrenders to the Italians. That's pretty funny. Partisan activity in China. The Great Escape. 67 prisoners of war escape from Stalag Luft 3. Marlene Dietrich records Lily Marlene and visits wounded soldiers to raise morale. It's like 0, 0, 0, 0. I'm still getting some from Manchukuo, Indochina, and the Philippines, but it's barely anything. Alright, alright. I get it. Unfortunate indeed. Sweet. Says, hey, where did their troops go? There are a lot of troops here that are suddenly gone. That is really weird. Okay. Oh, there we go. They're actually reinforcing and upgrading quite a few units. I'm not saying this will be their undoing, but at the very least that will save me some nasty. I wonder why they're doing that while they're on the doorstep of and they're getting like anti-air or something. It seems like they finally made some upgrade and now they decided that that is a good idea. Well, if it gives me another turn, I mean, I was talking about Himmler trying to talk with the Allies last time. We're now getting into April 21st, so I don't have any illusion as to whether we will be able to make it to 1945, but at least I don't have that illusion. But we'll see. Oh. Yeah, all these planes are hurting me plenty. Yeah, there's nothing my planes can do against this. Anyhow. My bombers are relatively intact, but that's about it. Does take them pretty long to load. If they're gonna try and repair plenty of these guys, maybe at least for one more turn, there is some semblance of order along the Oder, but it's unlikely. Surrounded Milan, probably gonna capture it. Especially given that these... No, they won't. Okay, good. Why? Oh, not even. For them to try and take Hanover, that's just not a good idea. Yeah, and since they already crossed the Oder, my problems have not diminished there. Maybe they can hold on to Breslau. They are tanks, after all. Wow. It'll take them a while to take Genoa too. At least a turn. I would wager. Yeah, I don't see them breaking through here this turn. I mean, they will take Frankfurt, obviously, but... Oh, well, we always leave these gaps if they don't put any unit in there. That obviously is not good for them. How long do these peace talks have to take? It's been taking months. I think they started these peace talks before 1944. That's not fair. They still haven't... now they're trying to do that. Also seems like I will be holding on to... those Ploesti oil fields for a turn longer. Another question becomes how necessary or how good would it be to retreat from the Mannerheim line? I will need to put that garrison back. motorboat. Right, so the west wall is about to be encircled. 3-1. I should have some escort units. Still 3-1. Well, I need this unit destroyed anyway. I might just as well still do it. I mean, it was really silly to think that it would be like that. Alright, so once again, let's see. I'm gonna start with Japan this time. So up here they didn't do a whole lot, they're just taking their time to consolidate. It will take at least another turn, I think. And I also think that conveniently I can encircle them. But yeah. Or not. Well. Let's go. Then kill that army. Good. Now you can get reinforced at least to 8. I mean, this should hold quite nicely. They're still at 7 supply. Well, we find that quite high, but I should be able to take these guys down. Americans. That's just harsh. Maybe I can prevent them from getting the Palembang oil for 1 turn, but that's unlikely. Most likely they'll just die. I just cannot reach their fleet, huh? So basically, then we need to get a little bit forward. Oh, no. Unbelievable. Well, after that, there's not much I can do. I could send these guys back next turn, back to the homeland. And you back in here, just in case they're gonna try and take that that there. I think it would be rather silly. I do hope this will go down a little bit faster with that. But then at least I can also hold at one thing. Yeah, let's do that now. So this is gonna go down. I need to hold at one thing. Their supplies will be pretty poor, but I'm still getting some from La Chio. Alright. Then... they should really be out of supply. Well, again here, as long as I can hold out, I will. This is looking great. And it's giving me a lot of points. I'm still trying to get out of there with these Italians. I guess back to Albania. Since I don't think I'll be holding on to Romania, and I need these forces to go further back up to the north. I can go all the way to Zagreb. Because they would be encircled. Let's move you on here. Otherwise, that would be quite bad. Let's move that armor up. You in there. And I'd rather have this core over in this location, at Munich. Let the Hungarians fend for themselves there. I have only one core left here before I need to withdraw. Yeah. So you are lost, obviously. Now, if you were to ask me, probably, like, this is 0.25, so that doesn't really matter. That's not important. Yeah, so basically I'll have these guys holding there. You should fortify. Like this. Up here, whatever is left. I can still repair quite a few of them. That is okay. Sweet. So I'm out of points now. Let's move you in here. They've already broken through, but I don't actually have anything that can help against that. I mean, moving out with most of these now already seems it is not going to help that much. And basically it will take them maybe a turn to chew through all of the planes, although I doubt it. Really have no clue why they allow them to live. Still no peace. Alright, so they're finally getting out. I guess they're getting supply from that city, but of course the main goal is to leave, or to make sure that those oil fields are mine. Seems like their fleet is just entirely leaving now, which is unfortunate because I was looking for that engagement after all. Maybe it's that they saw that their unit and felt like it was a good idea to start attacking there. I don't know. I think I actually just completely forgot about that unit. That's the first time they actually bomb Berlin as well. I'm surprised they even got the forces to hold the line there, but... The fact that they got a gazillion forces in here too is... I wouldn't be surprised if they got Budapest too. Well. Ouch. Double ouch. Like I said, this might only hold them for one turn, something like that, but nothing more. Seems like that cavalry just retreated. Oh, they have a lot of cavalry down there. Yeah, that will hold them for a while. A turn. Maybe. Wow. Wow, they're gonna try and save Kunming with paratroopers? Holy moly. I really have no clue what the Allies are doing. They could have been in Berlin already, if you ask me. And not just by a small margin, but... Just like this, I have no clue why they just dump such a huge amount of forces there, but then they don't attack. I find that really weird. They have units to spare, don't get me wrong, but that still makes no sense. Yeah. Loss of Genoa. If they're not at 0 already, then... Home Guard. At least there's a couple of armies. Still alive. June the 2nd. Okay. Well. I think by this time we can realistically say that there will be no peace with the Allies. Yeah. Alright, let's start here. So they should be in poor supply. It's going down by only 1. It doesn't seem like they're going up here, and I don't think they'll be able to get into one thing in one turn. So that'll be fine. I'm not too worried. Let's repair you. Like pulling out of China altogether is probably not a good idea. Let's see if I can potentially hold behind the river. So let's transport also the core. This gives me some time to potentially send some forces up north. To hold against the Russians, maybe. That's better than doing nothing, so. Let's go after the destroyer. Well, I guess trying to somewhat remain hidden. Destroyer is not a particularly great prize. Seems like they're gonna try and land in the Philippines. That's at least the attack that they're working up towards, it seems like, anyhow. They don't need to be repaired for this turn yet. But pulling like that is probably a good idea. Alright. That's the Japanese for you. I don't have the points to repair in places like Karachi and Calicut. They're not providing me with a lot of MPPs anymore anyway. Yeah, so they have too many units now. I can't, like, they will cut me off from this side. It's been a long time coming in that sense. But let's move only you. It basically means that the Middle East is lost to me. And either I try to retreat with these units, although I think the Italians are likely to fall soon. So I better send these guys over here because, well, Erzurum is their capital now, but I don't want them to liberate Istanbul and then take it back once the Italians fall. That would be a big problem. So let's not allow them to have that. Now the Italians have 6%. Well, I am looking at getting these guys away, so they'll just remain there. Repair. These guys will also stay there. Not even gonna repair those units. So I got all the German units out. Ah, you're at 6. Okay, good, good. Holding these lines is vital. So that is definitely what I'm looking to do. Let's try to hold around here. Breslau is lost. And then I'm kind of trying to hold this smaller line out here as well. Let's just pretend like there is some semblance of a line. There is no line here either. Yeah. Hey, you guys also cannot get out. So. Alright. But we keep going. We'll see how long we can hold out. I did say we will not make it to 1945. We're halfway. June 16th. Okay. Fair enough. I don't think Berlin will fall this turn, so I guess we're taking it at least into July. Yeah, okay, so my entire fleet is gone. They, with their superior spotting, I guess with these guys they have five vision, so they can see everything, so everything is dead. Alright, alright. It's just virtually impossible to engage their fleet. Like, it's just not happening. I still have quite a few units to repair. It seems like they're now giving mobile. It's not mobilization. Mobility. Yeah, they're giving mobility to their units. Ha! Guess I didn't see that anti-aircraft fire coming. Ah, oh, come on. If they're gonna land in Italy, then Italy is pretty much lost, obviously. But any unit that they are not directly next to Berlin, I think they might be able to hold. Well, it depends also on their bombing. So if I have a few units here and there, I might be able to hold out. I guess the defensive artillery was not particularly useful. There goes Baghdad. When an army deals 3 damage to your tanks, you know time is up. Alright, so I'll have to retreat from Erzurum. If there's even any possibility of a retreat or anything of the sort. They're taking their sweet time trying to take Nuremberg. Yeah. It will still be a tight race who can get to Berlin first. I'm actually quite curious whether the Allies will take it or the Soviets. It's up for grabs, actually, as far as I'm concerned. Although, maybe not. Uh-oh. Guess they got to the capital faster than I imagined. Okay. Oof. That is problematic as well. There's still no east meets west for now. If they take Bologna, I can see the Italians fall. Yeah, so the Allies are on the Elbe. The Soviets, not yet. But they are attacking Berlin, so... yeah. It's, they might actually fall with Benghazi, too. Alright. The paratroopers will also take quite a while, I think, to get destroyed. I actually don't think I have the time to destroy the industrial center, most likely either. Or to capture it. It does not seem likely. Oh, well, okay. Italy is gone. Alright. I can bet on Italy surrendering. Alright, there goes Sicily. Yeah. Still have some units trapped in India. Funnily enough, they did not take Budapest. Yet. Either. Now, there is a problem because, well, even though we still hold Trieste, that's practically the last port that the units in Turkey could potentially retreat back to in case of a oh well, even those guys are on the move. Yeah, in case they would want to go back to Germany, but that is not going to happen, obviously. So they can retreat, but they have nowhere to go. These units are trapped. Like, we have nowhere to escape to. Like maybe Alexandria, but that will be taken quickly anyhow. Can't go back to Germany, so. Had the situation for the Japanese been any better, I might have sent these forces, but there is no use in sending them now, at least. No, I don't think. Like, I don't need to send them over to Manchukuo because there's nothing to hold on to there, so. Yeah, Italian morale is lowered by the loss of Benghazi. The loss of Palermo also lowers it. Syracuse, they land in southern Italy. Loss of Harbin. Hamburg is taken by the Allies. Manchukuo is liberated. Yugoslavia is liberated. Abyssinia Corps surrenders. Italy surrenders. Okay. USA plunders a lot. Iraq surrenders. Albania is liberated. Bulgaria is liberated. Greece is liberated. Yes. Mm-hmm. I can now see a lot, but it doesn't do me much of a good. Two more armies. Let's take a look at the Japanese first. So, I cannot deal with this, and in fact, I actually think at that I might be better off trying to retreat. At the very least, first to Chongqing. It seems like this is just taking too long. Supply now at 5. There is just no way that is going to be done on time. But I'm definitely looking at a slow retreat here. Holding on to this, I think, is definitely possible for another turn. They will take those mines, but yeah, that's okay. I'm also definitely looking at a retreat out of China with a multitude of units to potentially try to reinforce the home front. There's no use holding on to China. If I, like, with the Russians coming from up here, they're gonna take all this, and then my forces will be trapped. And thus, I think it's better to start working on at least an evacuation of some sorts before it's too late. Especially with them, for example, also breaking through here, moving towards Sinan and then Tsingtao. Especially the armies, I think, should be evacuated. Oh, no. Let's get you out. Let's move like that for now. And I don't have the MPPs to hold on anyway. So I think ultimately that will be for the better. Okay, good damage evaded. So I got one of their battleships there. Good. Funny that they are trapped like that. Well, it matters not. I was able to get one battleship and half of a carrier with my fleet. Yeah, not looking too good. Anyway, let's start setting these guys up for defense. I generally prefer 3 sides. And then these guys will go in there. Alright, that's that. Over here, if I take this, they might not be able to get in there yet. So I'll get out of there. That's very funny. Let's go in there. We'll leave to Brook because that is useless. Let's get the mine and let's see. So for all intents and purposes, I want to attach the units that will be most worth it. To potentially defend with. I'm sacrificing the tanks to hopefully make them repair that. And then maybe they'll leave the unit at Berlin alone for a little bit longer. Yeah, I have points aplenty to repair here. I'll leave these guys there for the entrenchment, as much as that's worth. Could have them retreat, but that doesn't do anything. So that's it. Let's try to block it from where the threat comes from, which is from down there. I only need Oslo. At any rate, these guys are trapped, but I can still repair them. How far would they get, potentially? Oh, this is still mine? No! They have Gibraltar again. Alright. Let's try to get in there. And let's try to get to Ajaccio. Which is probably better than staying in Spain, I think. Let's try to get these guys out there too. Who knows? I mean, they might actually get there. These guys have been able to evade the enemy as well. Simply because since they haven't taken this back. So yeah, they are really lucky. The U-505 sub. They must have the time of their lives. Say yes if you would like our ships to continue sailing through the Gibraltar Strait. Yes. Croatia seizes the territory that Italy had taken from Yugoslavia. They made it. They made it. Sweet. Let's see if we can hold out for one more turn. It's July the 14th now. So we got through another month. Doesn't say much, but whatever. Yeah. Aw, man. Even the Soviets. Guess they would have had a better chance surviving staying in Spain. And now the remainder of the fleet is gone. Okay. Again, it's taking a lot longer for me to actually lose than I had initially imagined. I thought, this is probably going to be the last half an hour episode, but I'm quite sure I've been playing for at least an hour now. Yeah. And especially for the Japanese, it might even take yet another hour with the rate this is going. Mostly because you just have so much stuff. It just takes very long. But I'm not too sure how long everything takes once, say, Germany surrenders, because there's no real need for example, the Russians to, you know, keep strengthening their units and stuff. Like, they'll be swinging MPPs. I don't know how long it takes before they would, say, try a mainland invasion of Japan. That might take many weeks, maybe. Well, so far, pretty much a lot of historical grabs. I mean, Soviets marching on Vienna, probably taking Vienna before taking Berlin. Allies taking Munich here. Basically at the Elbe, but not at Berlin just yet. I wonder if the Allies move first. I think they do. Not that there's really anything stopping them. I think I didn't even deploy my new units. Well, yeah, okay, so I guess east meets west here. Allies trying to take Potsdam. Why are they busying themselves with Hanover so badly, and they're not going to take it this turn. So it's just quite useless in that sense to try and go for that. Oh, they're gonna take Wuhan already? This turn. So Berlin is encircled, pretty much. Well, it does not look like they will take Berlin this turn. They will not take it. Haha. Well, look, if the Allies take Dresden, please don't move in there. Guess that would be great. It's unlikely. No, they still have this units to plow through. So I guess that will just straight up not happen. Well, chowing through that army is tough work. Again, funnily enough, they haven't taken Hungary and Romania yet. I wonder if I can even repair those units that are not linked to Berlin itself, because, yeah, I don't know how that works actually. I guess they do get their supply from supply hubs if they are there. Like Prague is a secondary supply hex, so I would imagine them being able to get supplies from there. They still not done? Wow. Oh, that's good, don't get me wrong. It's unfortunate that they don't get the repair, but you know, otherwise they would still have a pretty long way to retreat. Although I'm not sure whether they will get past this now. That's a big bottleneck. I mean, seriously, there is not that much going on anymore, guys. Come on. Yeah. Loss of morale. Croatia surrenders. Alsace is reunited with France. Brazilian Expeditionary Force deploys to Rio de Janeiro. It's not too useful now. And again, the game goes on. I really don't need to know about this, guys. Alright, let's take Germany and buddies first. Cannot reinforce either of these. I'll just leave them like that for the entrenchment, but I cannot deploy them. Yeah, so that is it. At least for them. You will hold Erzurum while I try to make something out of this. Not that it matters, because Berlin Wall will fall next turn, so I'm not under any illusions there. Yeah, so they will not survive. That's I think pretty much a given. Okay, let's send the remains of the fleet away. Okay, so as I said, I cannot actually defeat these. Which means you should stay in wanting. Now, as I discussed, I do need to retreat from here as well. I have to give up that region, so... let's get them out where they need to. And try to create bottlenecks wherever I can. Like this unit at Wuhan will already not survive. Like there is no way it can do anything just like this unit. That army was the most important. Now these guys are looking to get to Shanghai. Yeah, but they are dead. They might actually hold. Just like you. Let's try and get them out, and work on that. So let's send some units up north as well. Like I know which units I'm looking to evacuate now, so. Whatever units I can get from the other islands, I will try to get them back home, although I guess this is already lost pretty much. King Michael takes Romania out of the Axis. Well, not that it really matters. I mean, it was already lost, so there is that. Let's zoom in a little bit here. Okay. Well, how surprising was that? I think only the one carrier will get away, basically. Maybe. That is a maybe. So I need to evacuate these units and move towards the Kunlun Pass before these guys are able to take Wuhan and move upon Changsha and take it. Because otherwise these forces will be trapped in China, and that's a good 6 armies at least that I can use for home defense. This is by far the biggest army that I have, or the biggest group of units. So they definitely need to get out of there and back home. AI is thinking an awful lot over things that, well, I don't want to say that don't really matter. They do, obviously, but like, they would be probably better off pushing the offensive instead of giving the units anti-aircraft support. But that might just be me. Guess they might be able to destroy this with airplanes, and then if the Allies move first, the Allies can move into Berlin. I mean, it's not that far-fetched to say that the Allies would take Berlin now. I guess that's good for after World War II. If they actually do it, that is. They can. Just move from Potsdam. Do it. Like, in any situation, I would rather have the Allies than the Soviets take Berlin, that is. Ah, come on. That's just sad. Straight up sad. I mean, is there really a reason to do that now, given the situation? I mean, we've lost. So. They can actually save a lot of lives by not doing this, but instead they're just sacrificing their units. I'm not sure, but I don't think there's any situation where Germany continues to fight if Berlin is taken. I don't think so, but who knows. Anyway, we made it to August 11th, 1944, so that's almost a year earlier. Well, like I said, I made some serious mistakes, especially with France and Barbarossa. But I wanted to see how things would turn out. It seems like the Soviets get aggressive really quickly. Well, faster than I thought, anyway. If you decide not to attack them, but instead go Mediterranean Turkey, they still get aggressive really fast, so... yeah, that's unfortunate, but so then only Japan will be left. I want to say I don't think it will take that long, but I'm sure in a way it will. It's funny that the guy at Hanover actually did survive. They went around Tobruk, weirdly enough, at least for now. Sure, that's not a good attack. They're basically just holed up in Odense with the river on that side and partisans on the other. Oh, they also survived. But they could move these horses, or maybe not. And Hungary, still out there. Quite sure Japan would not be pleased at the fall of Germany as well. There's going to be a lot that triggers, I suppose. So now they have to ship everything over to Turkey, or at least that's how it feels like to them, probably. But with the surrender of Germany, they don't need to do this at all. So it just takes a bunch of time for no reason. Might even get them out of Rangoon, but the question is, where do they go from there? They can't really move anywhere. Well, they're also taking their sweet time with the Philippines, actually. Oh. They're going for Norway. A little too late, buddy. Little too late. I guess Norway will just be liberated, but I wonder what happens to Sweden as well, since they joined us later. They'll just be occupied, I suppose, by the Soviets since Germany falls. That's my assumption anyway. And there we go. Chinese morale boosted by the liberation of Wuhan. Japanese suffers.
Today, many Soviet flags are flying in Berlin, notably on the Reichstag building, where the Red Army's banner of victory was hoisted yesterday afternoon.
The Soviet soldiers celebrate the fall of Berlin. Spanish Republicans imprisoned in Mauthausen welcome their liberators. Well, I would say Germany surrenders. I mean, not sure what's going on here. They still have points. Yes, they do. Okay. That's weird. They actually have a lot of points. Or national morale, that is. Still cannot deploy those, so. Okay, well, whatever. Let's operate there. You cannot do anything. So they're all dead. You're holding there. I guess they would have to dig in. Actually survived, interestingly enough. But I guess the slow retreat is better. And then, well, I need to have my units dig in at a convenient location. This is behind the river. This is clear, so that's not too great. Well, this is also mountain, so actually if... maybe something like this is actually a pretty decent defense for now. And then I guess I'll have these guys join in. There's no need for them to stay there. That's what I would think. They cannot get a transport? Yeah. Let's see what happens. Maybe they can go out. Alright, next. I think my safest bet would be for them to die. Oh well, I tried. I tried. Yes, this is never gonna work. Yeah, they blocked it. They blocked it. They blocked it there. That's actually just try to get the units out from here. Like, we know these guys need to move, or they are dead. You guys are already dead, but not them. let's do that. And let's at least start moving the core. These guys will be upgraded. They will not hold out for long. And that would deny me access to all of this. It would mean I need at the very least a unit at Nanning to hold that while going for the evacuation here. Last unit in chunking for this turn. I can't allow them to move up through here because I need that road too. You will be upgraded and they need to hold the line there. Same for the garrison. Another problem would be partisans in the rear, and I cannot allow that's why I need this too. So this is actually pretty good, so like that, yeah. They can escape through there. That'll be fine. Then I can still transport both of these. There we go. And I have 62 currently for things like repairs and stuff. Let's upgrade you. I can't really do a whole lot with that amount of points, but I'll do what I can. And then next turn I'll try to get away some of these other units over there as well. Can't really do a whole lot else. You're trapped, as I talked about. Yeah. Surprised the Germans do actually still get points even. But again, I already expected them to fall a long time ago. I'm surprised that they actually didn't fall with Berlin right away. Well, I would assume with the last forces gone, it Again, I cannot imagine things to be that hard in terms of thinking. We already... Well, there's still a lot of territory, I guess, for them to move into. Surprised none of this territory is actually rescued with the fall of that. It's also really silly because, you know, what are you doing? They have to keep bombing this. Maybe the fact that Hungary hasn't fallen yet is part of why they still have such high national morale. The British. Wow. That's funny. So they decided to take Hungary, but they didn't actually go and take Berlin, even though they could. That's such a shame. They moved straight past. Funny then. It is Fortress Turkey. Oh. Yeah, so Tsingtao, German hands. It might also be that because we own a lot of these places, like Cairo, Jerusalem, etc. That does not seem like the best place for a naval invasion. Not gonna lie. Wonder if they would still be able to get down through there, potentially. Maybe. Just maybe. Mm-hmm. If the Axis still does not surrender, I don't know what would make them surrender at all, actually. But we'll see. I mean, seeing such a long transport move, I guess, is good, because at the very least, that means that they might actually go for an invasion soon. I mean, not to be rude, but kind of done with this. You would think, oh, come on. Yeah, they're boosted by a lot of stuff, liberations, things like that. Allies liberate Burma, Turkey. Germany surrenders, there we go. USSR plunders a lot. Hungary surrenders to the Allies, no less. And thousands of Polish soldiers and civilians leave the USSR. Egypt is liberated. Norway is liberated. Palestine. Transjordan. Greek morale is boosted by the presence of British troops in Greece. Okay. Government is moved to Ankara. Seems like Sweden is still in the game. It looks like. Yes, they are, but yeah. This does not look very well for Sweden. I have nothing there anymore. Okay, that was predictable. Okay, so because of this path, things are, I guess, quite complicated. Now, I still need to hold on to Hengsha, but I guess you guys could transport out. I can do 2 units a turn here, I suppose so. Reinforce the garrison. These guys are up for lost. Okay, so as for the homeland defense, we should have some northern fighters and some central fighters. Then naval flotillas. And we're currently working on some defense. All the less important units will go to the north, I suppose. I don't particularly expect most of my problems to happen there. Let's go. Losing the Marshall and the Gilbert Islands is, I suppose, unfortunate, but whatever. Japanese morale falls as Germany surrenders. I guess there's nothing to be done against that. Polish Second Corps farms. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Also see how long it takes. I mean, I expect most of the action. I think things will be dumbing down now, so I do hope the AI will be a bit faster now. Like, there's just not all that much to do anymore. Obviously they can take back territory, but I think that most of the units, like especially the Soviets and the British, most of them will be either static or they're now going to move them by sea towards Japan, towards the last few territories that we still own. And naturally, but in that sense, I guess this turn, the thinking will take a lot longer as well. Simply because of all the units in Europe that now need to be stationed somewhere else. And I don't particularly know how the AI deals with that. I guess they're moving a lot to take down Sweden too. Fair enough. Okay, so that's the last of that. Funny that they don't actually go for Kuching, but they go for Brunei. I find it somewhat weird that the Swedes don't just give up at that point, but fine, I guess. Reorganization, huh? Well, I don't have any more navy, so... it shouldn't be that big of a deal, I think. Could you reorganize a little faster? Especially given that I just don't have much to do, and... yeah, okay. Chinese morale boosted by the liberation of Nanjing. Seoul is lost. Brunei is lost. Thailand surrenders. Government is moved back to Chongqing. Okay, let's deploy the new units. So, first of all, you into Saigon. We'll have 2 armies in here. And you going in there. So the evacuation is going reasonably well. I can give up on Changsha now, as long as I hold Hengyang. But they're well fortified, so that's looking good. Now I need to move you here, you in here, so these 2 can evacuate. And then I'll sacrifice the core. Basically, yeah. Okay. I wonder if they can actually connect those 2. I don't think so. Anyway, that means that it's time to try and get the last units out. That might still escape. Send one to Guam. actually made it up. Nice. Yeah, okay. So then I only have a bit of reorganization here. You're doing some digging there, so that sure works nicely. Japan launches thousands of balloon bombs against the USA. Useful. I don't think they need to do any defensive assessment. I'm surprised they even consider themselves having any weak fronts too, but well, still have plenty of units to get out of China as well. I'm looking at least another entire turn worth of retreats. So all my MPPs is going into that currently. I also find it weird that they're not moving up there, especially with this. Wonder if I could just hold on to Hainan. Maybe, just like Hong Kong, if I keep an army in there. Like, maybe. I wonder in such a case what amphibious unload means. Okay, so they're finally moving up to Wanting, capturing that. Like, it takes them that long to reorganize those guard units? Yep. Much of this stuff is just theirs for the taking, but I guess not yet. The U.S. ambassador to China visits the Chinese communists. That's it, huh? Amazing. Let's go. If they feel safe having those units there, then that is fine. Okay, great. Let's take Sweden. I'm actually just gonna move off of this. There we go. Okay, that's the first. If they survive, which they likely won't, then obviously they get to escape, but no, I don't want to operate you. Let's transport these guys. I have 41. These guys need to hold on for one more turn, and I can reinforce you guys to hold that area a little bit better too. I don't particularly care for the garrisons. But that does seem to be the best evacuation plan. Yeah. Sweet. Some Canadian soldiers protested having to serve overseas. Well, they still got to deal with Japan. September 1st, 1944, the final stand. I'm not sure how long I need to hold out in Japan in order for this not to become a major Allied victory, but I'm quite sure it's going to be long. Just right before they surrender, you gotta destroy those mines. That's just sad. That's just really sad. You already know they're gonna surrender, and still you have to destroy those mines. As if adding insult to injury wasn't enough. As if it wasn't enough. Well, will you survive? Perhaps. That's just embarrassing. Well, Sweden then is the last European country to surrender, funnily enough. And indeed, only Japan will be left. I really wonder what happens in a game where Japan would win, whereas Germany would lose, and then where Japan would then liberate Germany. I wonder if Germany turns back into the Axis. I know that might sound a bit weird, but I wonder how that works. This is quite unnecessary, I think. No, you need to move into Kuching. That's a serious force, but probably gonna take some hits. Well, if they get another unit next to Wanting, at least we'll run out of supply. It does seem like they're moving something into the Pangsao Pass. I think it might actually be useful to get an HQ into the Philippines as well, to see if it might be possible to hold on to it. It would seem to me that that would be the first target of the Americans, to try and get some naval invasions going, but I really have no clue. They're so late with that stuff already that British Home Guards stand down from active duties. Makes sense. There's no need. No need at all. Okay, well, you actually did survive. So I mean, I would keep units there, but they would just constantly get bombed, and That's one of the bigger problems. Like, I cannot protect myself against that. That is the problem. Let's just keep you in the mountain. Oh, you weren't fortifying? That's what I wanted to do all along. Should forget these. So giving up Gilbert and Marshall Islands for some stuff closer to home. And that's it again. Now that even Sweden is gone, there's no threat anymore to the allies in Europe, so I would assume that Japan is next, but I haven't seen any such showdown now going into 1945. You would assume that most of it is going to be offensive planning. Okay. Yeah. That's what I meant. I could try to hold on to that, but without air support, I'm going to take so much damage that it is impossible to hold on. So I then might just as well move them. You could take Kuching, right? I don't think so. Okay. Still, if they don't put a unit in there, they're gonna keeping in supply. You can take Mietkina. It's not gonna be super useful. Come on. I don't know what this means, but it seems to take an awful lot of time for nothing. I would almost start surrendering these units to make things go faster. Especially in the loading department. One thing that would actually be fun to see is if the Russians would actually attack the Allies. Something like that, like an unthinkable. Yeah, Shanghai is liberated, Sarawak's liberated. That would be pretty fun to see, I think. It's actually a shame that in games like this that would never happen. Okay. I'll try to get these special forces over up into Cebu. Seems like I can even get the garrisons out. Well, why not? And then the unit at Hong Kong is going to be the last. So, alright, I'll be working on reinforcing. Basically, I need to set all of them to fighters, because there's no other mode that's useful to them now. Is what I'm thinking. Venezuela joins the Allies. That's amazing. This will change everything. sure. Some Polish armies formed at Minsk. I don't think it's necessary anymore. Okay, so we're actually going to see some amphibious action. Who would have thought? And there are no weak fronts. Alright. I'll be back in a little bit here. Alright, I'm back here just grabbing some food, taking a look. So let's get these last couple of guys out and try to then start working on repairing everybody. So attach everybody here. And then I'll do those guys later. Should get supply up there too, sure. Alright, so I have 96 for this turn. Let's start repairing and upgrading everything possible. We'll see how it goes. $144 MPP for holding Japan and the Philippines. Even at very high industrial level, that is not a lot. Not a lot at all. Well, we'll see them go for the Philippines first, and then we'll see afterwards. So once again, the enemy turn takes a lot longer than mine. They're really going at it. I really wonder from what point they will start indeed to try to bomb the Japanese mainland. They haven't tried doing it yet, so we'll see. Alright. Seems like protecting this is gonna be pretty much near impossible too. I don't have the points to do anything in the air, but and that's the main problem, I guess. But you know, they will get there eventually. Driving out my forces and things like that. This really feels like they have no clue what to do with their units, and it kind of just gets the AI, I don't want to say stuck, but like there's no land combat anywhere, but yet it takes, 30 seconds to reorganize a unit, and I just don't understand why it has to take that long. Like, I know they have a lot of units, sure, but you would think that these units would now stay in place for a significant portion, since they just can't do anything. So I don't really see why they need to do all this reorganization constantly, but that's just me. Like this reorganization, Sion, it's if I were to time it, I would understand naval organization. Like, yeah, sure. You need to figure out how to get past my 3 carriers that are left. So I think in a way it goes for show that this game is not made for losing. In a sense, it just takes so long. Like if you're playing as the Axis and you have to go through this, I would not enjoy that, to be honest. Like, I'm not saying that it's not enjoyable because I'm losing, because I don't really care, but just going through these enemy turns while nothing is happening, man, that's brutal. And I just feel like, going somewhere, making coffee or whatever every single time, because waiting at that point, it takes very long. Yeah. I mean, what the heck is this? Alright, well, fine. Let's reinforce the aircraft. Because they might help in protecting. Also put these guys on intercept. Gotta put a bomber in there. Let's also send 1 HQ up north, and then oh, you're probably set to auto. I need you on manual. Yep. There we go, that does look a little bit better at that point. You have Both of these. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. Okay. Chile joins the Allies, sure. Some raiders. It's all fun and games until somebody gets hurt. Wonder if they are gonna keep swarming around that unit until they can take it. They just need to bomb it for a couple of times, but it seems like they are also not doing that. The AI is just very weird that it leaves some places open. I mean, I understand that it's not necessary to take them per se, but I just find it a bit weird. Some of the capabilities that the Americans have. Oh, they're getting close now, okay. Interesting that. Well, they pretty much a free play when it comes to using their air forces, especially around here. I'm saving my last fighters for this. Wonder if I can do some damage with my bombers there. Alright, they're actually going there. Might be that they're all moving around this unit, but it's too powerful for them to take down. Their supply is too poor, and the initial damage that the AI would take is too bad. I think it might actually look like that, so... potentially at least. think it would suit them. Well, if they're moving them by land transport, it would seem that these guys are not part of the invasion force, although generally what the AI tends to do, I think, is have only a few units in amphibious, and then the units, the second wave, then comes by regular transport, I believe. So, Philippines liberated. Yes. Sure, that's all well and fine. So I cannot spot these units anymore. That's unfortunate. Oh, it's still shows them like that. Let's set the mode to bombers here. That didn't go very well. But I guess they better make themselves useful in this way. 4-1. Well, because of the rain, they cannot actually bomb. At least I got a cruiser, for whatever that's worth. And with the rest of the points, I can repair a few. President Roosevelt dies, Truman takes oath of office, and it is now not April the 6th, but even later. Guess it'll be May. April 20, okay. I want to zoom in, but game doesn't allow me yet. Okay. If they can soon prevent me from getting any MPP Basically, I'm just like a fish in the water. Or out of the water. Not in the water. That would be pretty good, actually. So... They've really started ramping up those naval attacks. And I would be surprised if my bombers can deal serious damage. Because of the enemy air superiority that is. Now, if they didn't have any interceptors, I think we'd be okay, but as it is, I don't think that fighting off of the coast with my planes is going to be super useful. Taking her a ball, huh? Given the strength of the enemy now, you would say that it's surprising that we were able to defeat the enemy in the first place. Except that one thing, those guys are monsters. So they don't need supplies. Oh, no, never mind. They'll run out of supplies now, I guess. Well, that'll be the end of them in a couple of turns. That's a shame. It seems like the Chinese finally made the effort to step up. I can already imagine this entire area being completely full of enemy units. Just for this one guy. Sure. It would be weird if they joined the Axis. Editors of war commentary are tried for inciting disaffection in the British Armed Forces. Yeah, how dare you say that some of them are displeased. The founding conference of the United Nations organization begins in San Francisco. And that's about it. May the 4th. Well, that's just dandy. That's what I was talking about. Oh, they got another cruiser. For whatever that's worth. Sweet. Still have 22 MPP to boot. Nice. Double nice. I now got absolutely 0 bonuses to my MPP as well. None. Well, I wonder what I can try to attack next. Maybe another cruiser? That'd be nice. They'll just rebuy it the turn after. But it has no consequence whatsoever. And now my escorts are at. Alright, that's yet another enemy turn. So I guess last chance to take down one of the enemy planes, or ships that is, but that's pretty much where it stops. So that was June the 1st. Which means that will go probably still in June somewhere, 1945. And that's the last carrier. That's actually pretty interesting. And Japan is so small, at least it's very long, you know, banana shaped, but it pretty much means that it can do naval bombardment from all sides, which combined with the air bombardment means that practically none of my ground forces are safe. So there come the Russian planes. That's a pretty good move. Guess Okinawa is theirs. I mean, not entirely yet. But I would wager that they have ways to destroy this army in Naha. Would be rather silly if they didn't, if you ask me. Well, I'll have to see whether I can reinforce the guys at Okinawa. Maybe the enemy will get the very poor supply. Another thing that I could do, I think, is send a fresh unit in there, and that will help a lot more. Hopefully these guys will then be able to hold out a little bit longer. Might as well evacuate there. There's no reason to hold on to that while well, there's that. That does mean that I can repair a little bit less. Funny also because they are bypassing Formosa too. Like they're actually not going to invade Taiwan. At least not at the moment. I'm not sure whether they're supposed to do that, but hey. So gonna kill the infantry at Nagasaki. Potentially these guys too. But my immediate goal is to make sure that these guys at least keep or stay out of supply, and potentially I can keep switching in different units. The thing is just that there's not that much to say here, even because we're just waiting. I'm just doing this to see how long this will eventually take. I wouldn't be surprised if it just ends with the bomb. We will not have enough morale left to continue. Potentially. I think it also might depend really on how many national morale objectives the AI has taken by that point. But, well, we've lost all of China, which the Japanese historically didn't do yet back then. So at least that worked. They're not getting supplies, or maybe they are getting supplies from Maguchi, but Okinawa hasn't fallen yet. So, meanwhile, I'm beefing up my forces. And that was July 27th. So then we're going into... It's already running straight for almost 5 hours. August the 10th. Most of it actually at this stage is just loading. It seems like they are once again interested in getting these ships there, like they did before. I wonder if they're gonna try another landing. Or whether they're gonna go for Formosa first, which really is not that big of a problem for me. I would have bought anti-aircraft if I could, but they don't have the technology. It's not something that you necessarily want to buy if you're winning. So seems like that place just generally, or those places are just generally not safe for my troops at all, anywhere. If it's thinking about transport move, I just hope, in a way, they're now starting to try a naval invasion of Japan. As much as I want to hold out for as long as possible, I no longer want to wait through these turns. Yes. Morale suffers. Animal Farm is published. Seems like the Russians are also not very much interested in doing anything. Trying to keep anything in there, it's just gonna get it destroyed, so there's no use. Well, they didn't even put a unit on there. Doesn't mean that Spain will once again... No. Yeah. The bombs. That might just as well be enough. Maybe... to get me to surrender on the next turn, probably. I don't know, maybe with Spain back into the war, you never know. It could be the seed that will eventually sprout and become the tree with which we eventually will be able to fight the Allies or something. Or not. Well, that was short-lived. But then why would they not keep units on Madrid? It's almost as if they did it on purpose. Just to kill the people who would rise up for fun. I don't know how anybody can keep enjoying this game, playing as the Axis, trying to play it out, if you're losing. I don't know whether I ever want to try to do something like this again, because if this is just the way things are going at that point, then gee. Do something, anything. Yes. Oh my, there it. Not enough. Is there anything I can do with the liberated Spain? Yeah. Probably can't even deploy them. Japan. There we go. Now we can wait another 10 minutes. I think I might just as well really only show it off if something happens, because if nothing happens then I'll just be right back, and otherwise I will show it. Alright, we're back. So nothing happened, just Spain surrendering again. And the Allies took some useless island, so we're up for the next turn. October 19th. And yeah, they destroyed a unit here, and they took no, not Rabaul, Lorengau. That's it. Well, more events, but not for us. So once again, if anything interesting happens, I'll be back, and otherwise I'll see you in the next turn. Ah, that's a new one. A third bomb on Osaka. I guess that might give me cause to surrender then. I mean, if the first two don't do it... No. Oh, they have a troop transport now. Seriously? You would think that that third bomb would lower your national morale, but I guess it doesn't. So we'll keep going. Once again, if anything useful comes up, I'll put it there, otherwise I won't. Well, there we go. It seems like they finally decided to try a landing here. They got some units ashore. So we have Operation Downfall. Only took them a few months. They also landed on Formosa. So they got that going for them. I guess that's nice. I do not expect I'll be able to hold out for long, but we'll see. I think the most important thing is to not let those amphibious transports actually land, but I can only repair one army at a time, so... Well, as long as they don't capture any more national morale objectives, I guess there's nothing they can do. Had they taken a few more, I guess those A-bombs would have done it. But as it is, I guess we're in for yet another turn. That's how it looks like anyway. Yep. Alright. Alright. Seems like they do have more transports now. But I guess the best thing to do is move you guys back. I will have to get out of entrenchment to go after that army. But I guess doing things like this is probably the best I can do for now, and I guess we've gotten the 4th army. It's not too bad. I consider it unlikely they'll try and make a landing there, but yeah, we'll see. I would say next. Let's see if they can really do some damage here. They'll probably be able to land on Nagasaki then. If they destroy that infantry, then it is very likely they'll very easily be able to get in. What a mess. I don't know how that unit got there. That must have also been... Yeah, I don't know, but it... Well, if that's the extent of their invasion, then for now it looks exceptionally well. They have not gotten any city just yet, then all their troops will be out of supply. with these landings, so then I might be able to take that down. Unless my national morale drops from this, I guess we'll be going into 1946. Yeah, great job. Alright, there we go. This makes no sense. But, well, they finished off the HQ. Oh, I get it, I get it. Well, they'll be out of supply on the next turn, so I'll be moving these guys down and we'll see how things go. Ain't anything else I can do, and I mean, all of these will be at zero supply. They should be. It's just the air war is just the biggest problem. They keep destroying some of my units, and eventually they'll drag me down, but not right now. Yeah, so they destroyed that unit now, and that means that they'll go into Nagasaki. Right, February 8th. Really not sure as to why I cannot damage this core, but having a lot of bad luck when it comes to these attacks. Bam. All right. Got another one, and that's the end of the turn. Let's wait another 10 minutes. Are they trying something different now that that hasn't worked? At least not the first time. It's only a matter of time before they destroy my units with all their aircraft carriers, etc., etc. But they are taking an awful long lot of time. Alright, so maybe they'll land a unit at Nagasaki now. This score continues to amaze me. I guess they do have an infinite amount of troops, so. But yeah, now that they have landed there, things are going to be significantly worse. But it still might take 3 or 4 turns, if not more, obviously. Which means it will probably be going on for another hour, given the excessive loading times. Yep, we lost another army. That's fine. So, I guess these guys are, or should have been easy enough to take down. There we go. Nope. And I'm still taking damage on every single hit here. Which means that this Uber core is still not dead. But that's pretty much all I can do. So, next 10 minutes, here we go. So we'll see whether they can get past Hiroshima. They should be able to, technically, if they bomb it a lot. But I still have a reasonable amount of forces, so... Actually, I believe that the game only ends in 1947, like in a really long time. Alright. Seems like my 10 minutes of waiting are over. Yeah. Still able to beat that core. That's pretty nice. Now that they actually have a foothold on the island, it's gonna be very difficult to take them down. Obviously. Like I said, it's really only a matter of time, but if only they'd just taken some of these national morale objectives, I would have already been out. But now, we get to wait another 10 minutes. Alright, so let's see then. They're in a bit of a pickle, so let's at least pull you guys back. Still need to rather just take a look which units are going to be attached, obviously. And UFDs, yeah, sure, that's fine. So unfortunately, I mean, I need these guys to stay there because I need them fortified. And it will still be tricky for them to take Hiroshima, so I'm not even gonna upgrade the HQs anymore, just the armies. Because I already don't really have the points for it, unless I have nothing else to repair. But that's very unlikely. I have 44. I can still upgrade this score then with infantry weapons level 2. And there is nowhere for me to kind of like return to, so to say. So I'm also not going to repair any of those guys. Basically, they're just going to try and move up through here now that they have solid region or base from which to attack from. Like, those other deployments are really weak. Anyway, we're just going to do another 10 minutes of waiting, probably. So, I'll be right back once the action starts. Well, that's yet another turn. Really don't care about where all those units are. You guys could maybe hold out for yet another turn. So I'm just setting to hold that. Get you to 9. And that's about it. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Or 1 minute for you guys. Something like that. Yeah, whatever. Oh, that's a lot of damage this time. Paratroopers. Well, seems like they're going in for another bout. I'm not sure whether these guys would have supplies. Maybe if Hiroshima was taken, I'll be sure they would. But not necessarily now. I would have to check that indeed. For them to put a bomber there, I really wonder. Well, they're doing pretty well though. But it seems like they would get supplies there. Especially since they have the tank there. That's now gone again. Weird. Yeah, the fact that they got a port is really good for them, but we'll see. If I can make it till winter, that will surely help for a little bit, I guess. Maybe. Well, those rebels sure aren't gonna do a whole lot. I mean, good for them, but... Right. Let's at least get rid of that core. So, I guess they are getting supplies. That is unfortunate. Unfortunate indeed. Even more so because they cannot get out, which... it pretty much means I need to give them Hiroshima on a silver platter. But there's just no other way, so they're gonna take it. It's not a national morale objective. I think if they were to take any of this, I would already lose. Even maybe Davao, I would already lose. But they just straight up don't. Even this, it's just, it is empty. They could just take it. But, which is weird that they would not see it. I think they would. They're looking pretty bad, but they do delay the enemy quite nicely. And yeah, you cannot get out still. Well, might as well. It's probably not going to do a whole lot, but... And back for yet another turn. July 26th, huh? It will turn into August something something. Okay, that's new. 10 turns remaining. I'm not so sure whether he can hold out for another 10 turns. 10 turns is a lot. And it's gonna take probably like 2 hours or so for me to finish that up. My goodness. Alright, let's take a peek. They didn't even take this, huh? They didn't even deal damage to it. Interestingly enough. Well, why is it gonna have to deal damage to this, huh? That's just really frustrating. Well, they're gonna die next turn anyway. So it shouldn't really matter. Wonder if it's now 9 or 8 turns remaining. 9 turns remaining. Wow. Alright, I'll be back. Alright, let's see. They actually did broke through, wow. Yeah, I'm not even paying attention to the enemy turns anymore because it takes so long. Alright, let's repair, reinforce, and reinforce. That's probably the best thing we can do right now. Also, to try and throw as many units at them as possible, although with every unit we lose, we also lose some points. So that is also something to keep in mind. So that's 8 turns remaining. Things might be a bit more problematic for them in, say, winter, but they're still having good turns, even in October. That's surprising. Anyway, if they're going to repair these guys, then at least for this turn I might be in for a good one. But let's just see. Oof, I guess we're still alive. Let's take a look. They again did break through. Well, again, there's just not much I can do. There's nothing really to repair at this point either. So, except for maybe you? No. There are 3 entrenchments. I still need to kind of keep these guys here. We're at 4%. Now, if only the weather would turn bad, that would be great, but I don't think that's gonna happen. But we'll see. Yeah, I needed actually to fortify only for one side. Like this, because they're not attacking from there anyway. Doesn't even matter in the amount of days. A bit silly. Well, it's raining at least, so no bombing runs. That's good. And I'll meet you back in a while. It just takes so long. It's just no good. Alright, so it seems like our game is over with the capture of that island. I'm not too expected there. I guess I should have moved to unit, but yeah, we were able to hold out for a bit longer than expected. 1st of November 1946, huh? Well, sure enough, they had 56,505 points. They could definitely not buy anything anymore. And as for the Russians, wow, that's insane. Where did they keep all their units? So most of them still in Finland, Sweden. Yeah, they just kept our units basically just... Wow. Okay, that's a bunch. I think they literally must have bought up everything that they could. There's nothing there. And then 3 HQs, that's yeah, that's lovely. All right, it is pretty fun to see. That's a lot of planes they have there. Holy moly. All right, well that brings and then there's nothing here, right? That brings this LP to a conclusion, I suppose. Unfortunately, didn't quite make it, but oh well. It was fun while it lasted until Germany surrendered, and then it kind of went downhill from there. So, you know, if you're trying to do this yourself, don't... I just wouldn't continue after that. It's really tedious to... I mean, as long as you're in China, it's marginally okay. But once you're only on Japan and the enemy turns to stick so long and nothing happens for very long, like you can see, it took over... It took 1.5 years for them to go for downfall, and in the meanwhile, just nothing is happening. So, anyway, that's it. I'll be going for other games. I want to thank you all for watching. Wow, an Icelandic maritime bomber. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please leave a like, comment, or subscribe. And you could check out my Patreon, see if there is any support level that suits you. Besides that, take care, see you next time, and bye-bye.